Hello. Hold on. Hello, Amethyst, Furts. You type God. You type very God. Quite God. Very God, very God. Ugh. Yo, Adamant, how's it going? How is it going? Alright, let's settle in. How is everyone? Nightcare, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Toxic, hello world. Hello world indeed. Hello world, this is me. Life should be, ooh yeah, fun for everyone. Only Australians would get that. Did they ever make... You know how, like, Americans always remake good things and make them worse? Except maybe The Office. Did they ever make an American Saddle Club? You know, I need to Google that. American or The Saddle Club wiki. The Saddle Club. It's Australian Canadian. Ah. So maybe it was American. Maybe Americans would know that. Politics is probably frowned upon here, but I want to say congrats, Oz. It's, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the outcome, myself. I mean, I can't imagine it being any other. I don't know, I just think with what's going on in the US, it's the same thing that happened in Canada. I mean, to be fair, I think that the Liberals kind of dug their own grave just as much as, like, Mr. Trump dug their grave for them. But I wouldn't call it a non-factor. Yeah, we just had an election, just had our federal election. Which is always a good time. Yes, yeah, Liberal Party, yes. Not, it's, Australia's dumb as fuck in that regard. Where, like, our Liberal Party is the conservative, or, you know, centre-right party. And then Labour is the... Labour... L-A-B-O-R, which isn't how you spell Labour in Australia. They're the centre-left party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So conservative, or more conservative, is blue. And then less conservative, or more progressive, is red. Whereas it's the opposite in the America. I am an Aussie. Dr. Gero. Gero? But yeah, I'm surprised they, I mean, I don't just want to turn the whole stream into, like, shitting on America as, like, a country, but I feel like America is a little bit, a little bit old school, I guess you could say. In that, like, their constitution's a bit, you know, like 150 years out of date. Even longer. But in Australia, you know, we've got mandatory voting. We've got sausage sizzles. We've got democracy sausages. We've got the preferential voting system, which is, like, based as fuck. Do you ever generate landscapes from height maps, or is it all hand painted by height map? Landscapes always look like American politics. By American politics, do you mean an absolute, like, jumbled, noisy mess that's, like, really spiky and painful looking? Because that happened to me, because this was a height map. This is an 8K height map. But I... What was the go with it again? It was like the format that it was in, PNG 16. Have to make sure that it's PNG 16. Or I think if you're using, like, Photoshop or something, make sure that the project is set to grayscale rather than RGB or whatever. I think that was another thing. Alright, what the heck am I doing? Let me see. Let's get our... this guy and this guy. I'm gonna yeet you to over here. Hello, hello. Then we need to get our... simulation. Oh, good, Toxic. Right, so currently I was in the middle of doing a thing. Also, if the stream ever goes down or, like, buffers or anything, let me know. No video dropping when? Let's say next Monday night. So in, like, 3 days. I don't usually stream over the weekend. I mean, I had a little bit of a holiday on the weekend. And so I've just been getting back into the swing of things offline. But I figured tonight... I mean, I just can't be bothered editing tonight. So I thought I'd stream instead. And maybe stream again tomorrow, Friday. But yeah. So currently, I am working on the... whatchamacallit? I'm working on something. What the fuck am I working on? Right. The transfer of the interchange between the terrain and the atmosphere. And I think I needed to... where is it? Here. So this is from atmosphere to terrain. But because everything's a little bit fucky, I needed to get from 2 cells above the terrain. Which, like, you can see... So this is, like, the initial stuff. Why does that look so fucked? Oh, no, that's right, that's right. Right, and I've got the Vortex happening. So if I go 3D mode on that. Yeah, whatever. Let's go compile. Yeah, so I think it starts at like 5 degrees or something. Let me just check. Let me double check. Initial 2D. Initial 2D is 5 degrees on the surface. Let's put that up to 10, why not? And then the air temperature is 1 degree to start. So then in atmosphere to terrain, it should be cooling this down. Yeah, which it looks like it is, yes. But yeah, so you can see it gets a little bit noisy and shit because of the way, like, that it... Because of, like, the height map, basically. So I kind of need to fake it by getting from, like, 2 units above. If I go, like, 4 units above, then it's, like, it's smoother. But, I mean, smooth isn't necessarily good. Although, I don't have any wind going other than this vortex in the middle. But if there is wind going everywhere, like, for example, if I set our boundary wind to be going at, like, you know, 5 units in that, 5 meters per second in that direction. Yeah, it's still a little bit fucked. But you can see it smooth out. So I think the... So terrain to atmosphere. Yeah. And then I probably don't need that seal in there. That's probably just dicking with it more. Or less. Although the terrain mask isn't sealed. Sealed. Yeah. Okay, so I think 2 units is just... It's way smoother. There's just less fuckery. If I do it on the terrain, then this happens. Although, yeah, if I do it on the... Yeah. Also, I just need to make sure that... Yeah, if this is just the raw dog value... Although, hold on. So this is sampling it from a point. Yeah. Which is the point up above. I mean, that's not... It does smooth out. Oh, wait, is it maybe that I should be going... No, it should definitely be positive. Yeah. The wind does smooth it out. I think with this, like, initial interchange where we're just, like, setting the values hard, maybe 1 is fine. Oh, no, I'm not even fucking changing it right now. I'm a dick-ass spaz-ass. Yeah, so 2 above, it's grabbing the air from higher. Whereas 2 would mean it's grabbing it... Yeah, okay. So when I set it to -2, it's actually grabbing the temperature. So this is our terrain. You know, just like this. Oh, fuck you. So, like, here's water. Bam. Whatever. Water and shit. When we... It's kind of fucking... It's difficult because... So we represent the terrain with a 2D map. Which is just like this. You know, it's just like saying, oh, at this point, you know, the temperature is this value, X. And so what I do is in transfer terrain to atmosphere is anything that is on the terrain, so terrain surface temperature. This is from the 2D, you know, 2D terrain map. It gets set below here. So if the terrain is, you know, X, then everything, all the cells below this get set to that value. But then the value above is where we do our, like, interchange stuff. So the atmosphere looks at the height. The terrain shit looks at what its temperature is and lerps it towards the terrain's temperature. And then for the terrain looks at the cell from the 3D grid that is at that height. In, like, the Z, you know, the Z coordinates of the grid. But because it's, like, you know, it's a continuous landscape, instead of being, like, blocks like Minecraft and shit, it gets a bit fucky. So I decided, oh, you know, I could even do, like, 1.5 above it, honestly. So the center or the edge of the cell above, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, it's working. So why this isn't changing here, this value right here, is because I'm sampling it from down here, where it's being set to this number, so it's just feeding back. It's lerping to its own value. So that actually proves that, yes, this is working as intended. I just need to not sample it underneath the landscape. So our landscape is cooling down because of the air, and our air is cooling down because of the landscape. Or is heating up because of the landscape, I guess. Who fucking knows? Cool, alright. Let me just test if, with wind going, if the seal actually helps or not. Look at that sweet vortex. I wonder why that's happening. No, it doesn't matter too much. Oh, right, no, because all the hot parts are down here and it hasn't reached up there yet. Yeah, because it just cools down over time. So we probably don't need that or that. Alrighty. Let me tidy this up a bit and set up both interchange functions to do their thing. So this one here is our... Right, wind velocity. So this is our actual lerp. This is fine like that. Although I just wish that, you know what, I'll remove this guy and just do this. Kill this guy. You can just live there. And then this is our additional like wind, like convection, I guess. Convection value. So this is conduction, additional from convection. Fuck, I hate weather. So this here is our lerp value. And then this is temperature speed. Temperature transfer speed. Alright, let me just sort these guys out. God, it's so messy. You dog. If I'm just doing... So that's terrain mask. And this is lerping from terrain surface temperature to the new thingo. I can probably just max this over this and get the exact same result without fuckery, right? That's terrain mask. This is our terrain normals, doodad, blah, blah, blah. So then this could just go into there. Where this is saying air temperature is 0. Air terrain surface temperature is 1. And so surface temperature 1 gets maxed there, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so that should give us the exact same result as earlier. But it isn't. Why is this? Ah, it's the 1 minus of this. Yeah. Yeah. That looks identical. Cool. So now I can yeet this and that and maybe that. Who fucking knows? Alrighty, so temperature, advection, temperature loss per second. I mean, that should be scaled by the time of, or the day length. But, Siebes, All of this is good. Yep. So our terrain stuff, where I had this doing things, sorry, the B channel. Now, did the water... No, that doesn't actually do stuff. Yeah, cool. So this is water, the water content. So this is just like a random kind of watering can, I guess you could say. That should be... I mean, I can't see it on here because I'm dumb. I think I had this set to temperature. But if I just get our B Chanel... Chuck him in there. Oh, actually... Right, so this is our water runoff. So when it rains, the water should run down slopes. Yeah, easy. Probably easy to see in unlit mode. Yeah, that's definitely running down. It should run off Gigantosphere. Yep. Cool. So where there is moisture... Where there's moisture and heat, we get evaporation. And then when evaporation goes up higher and it goes blah, 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 whatever, we get it. Let me put this back to temperature man. WTF are you trying to do? The question is, what aren't I trying to do? You know what I'm saying? Right, so this is the sun exposure. This is the sun. And then the sun heats up stuff, although it heats up the land way faster than the ocean. Yeah, and then that heat is going to get transferred into the atmosphere if it wasn't like negative a billion degrees. Where I literally can't see it. Dick brain. Also, I need to frack... You know what? Break this. Saturate, frack. And then... It's so ugly. No, yeah, I think we're losing values to the sides and stuff. Although technically I should just be able to frack everything, because it should never go from the bottom up and whatnot. Alright, where is my thing? Oh, look, you can see it's heating up. Very cool. Okay, so it would seem that... Let's go to... Initial... So, terrain, surface temperature... You know what, this should be lerped between... the water mask. So what, the water's 10, land is 25. That's fine. Okay, that cools down very, very quickly. Why is this? Well, what's our air temperature to begin with? Let's just say 25. 25 is a good number. Cool. Actually, no, you know what? Let's say 20. I mean, it depends where the fucking sun starts, doesn't it? I wish I could do, Actually, maybe there is one. Where's our, like, sun debug, fella? Sunlight heating. Hello. Let's also just make it diagonal. And this is engine time. Is there a... not lifetime. Ah, fuck. Time since rent, no. What if I global Unreal Engine job, pro developer, and digital side of things, you might consider this to me. I know Unreal Engine dev job. Your opinion of how? I have no idea. I'm useless when it comes to jobs. So I need to... Yeah. Much better. I am now centered. What? Hello. Can I also the high level idea of what's going on here? Okay, so I'm basically a crazy person. Yeah. I'm currently simulating the world. The weather of the world. By doing a silly thing. What am I putting into the 3D fella? Literally just the temperature divided by 10? Are you crazy? Give me the wind velocity. Right, you're already going in. Oh yeah, where is our big triangle? I swear I had a really big triangle sitting here on this mountain. Or was it this guy? No, he's... Huh. I was wondering why that is... Wait, this is weather simulation for games. Weather for games. Or the weather in games. Alright, I might just have to quickly... Also, yes, I know it sounds batshit. Batshit insane. Yeah. That's all. Yeah, so where did this triangle go? Maybe I might regenerate all of the... Yeah, there's only 1, 2, 3 of them. Or is it because I moved him over there? You know, I think I will. I think it's time to get rid of the big shapes. Or maybe we keep one big shape in the middle. Nah, you know what? Fuck it. No more big shapes. Alright, compile. So now I just need to very carefully press a button. Let me get this dumb volume and hide it. Alrighty, let's see. Terrain. Then wait for this to load. It'll take ages. I was wondering whether I could do this with an RVT. But it would just be painful, so I can't be bothered. Plus, then you'd have to have like a proxy for the landscape and shit. Alright, is this loaded yet? It has. How many... Oh... That's got... Ah, okay, hold on then. Right, this is doing it in fucking 3D. When I actually do this, let's call this 3D grid array length. Grid array length 3D. And then do a different guy. Just for the XY. And then U. Well, actually, no. Let's call this one the 2D one, because I think I use that elsewhere. And then make a new one for the 3D. 3D's nuts. Pardon me. Does anyone use landscape? Any reason why? Are they bad? I am using a landscape at the moment. Landscapes are a little bit underdeveloped, I think. I feel like they need a bit of, like, attention from the doodad. From the guy. So wait, if I'm... You know, this should work. Let me just close everything. Say... Oh, wait, no, hold on. Cancel. Save all. Pop you out. You shit. Alright, let me just close engine real quick. No, the weather sim yet? Not yet. I've been away for a few days. But the weather sim is looking usable soon. And then after that, it's back to balls. Then we're back to bowling. Alrighty, let's do the manager. Hello. Compute grid resolution from bounds. Draw the debug grid. Yeah, let's reinitialize. Okay. Cell size, yep. Grid resolution, 128, 128 by 32, yep. Grid array length 2D is correct. Yeah. Now, when I draw debug grid, that's doing 1D to 3D. So that's probably just doing it under the ground somewhere. It is. I see. Okay, Epics do not fix distance field nodes with the blocky edges. Yeah, they kind of just like fucked that up real bad with when they did Lumen, because Lumen uses distance fields for heaps of stuff, and it needed to like, I think their demo was like the sun bouncing off of skyscrapers and lighting the street, you know, from the bounce lighting. So they needed it to go like extra far. So they did this stupid, I mean, it's pretty smart, where, you know, they've like packed multiple resolutions into the same thingo, but then there's like this unpacking stage that happens in Lumen, but they obviously haven't retrofitted that unpacking to the distance to nearest surface node. And so it's just like, I don't know. It's just fucked up. It would have been Matrix demo. Well, just for Lumen in general. Like, they wanted Lumen to do bounce lighting across really large distances. So, like, in theory, right, and this is the case, if you get the distance field material node and you divide it by like 4,000, it can still handle that gradient. It just looks like garbage, but it still actually has distance field data like 40 meters away. So like, in theory, the distance field node should be getting like a huge upgrade, but they literally still haven't unfucked it from when they changed how it works with Lumen. Yeah. Yep. Right, I just wanted to do draw debug grid 3D. So this is going to use the 3D length. So this is, yeah, that's the correct one for that. And then the 2D one is using the 2D fella. I may as well just do 1D to 2D. Piece of shit. Well, let's just, wait, that's a 3D int vector in point. Can I not turn that into a, no, can I append? No. Can I break? And then break that. Yeah, let's go. Use all the exact same logic, but the Z is going to be fucking, I don't know, 1 100,000 to negative 100,000. Easy peasy. And then this should just be RG. That can die. Exercise. Sweet. Alright, let's go to our dude. Oh, it really doesn't like being selected. Okay, so grid 2D. You're happy? Is that 128 across? Yeah, looks about it. And then 3D. Then 3D. Piece of shit. Computer rate grid and 3D. Wait for it. There it is. Wait, why are they all blue? Oh no, that's right, that's right. Is this... Is this correct? Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. No blue down here, then blue up the top. Yeah, cool. Darkside, I have an interesting question for you. How would someone make car demolition logic? Trying to use physics-based approach, but I don't think how it supports soft body deformation. I would... It depends. It really depends. It depends on... Are we talking like Grand Theft Auto 5 levels of car destruction? Or are we talking like Beam NG car destruction? Wreckfest 2. I haven't played it. Nor seen it. Oh, Beam NG. Okay. Well, okay, in that case... Fuck. God, in that case, I honestly don't know. I do not know how they do it in that game. Let me go into the function, you piece of shit. Let me in. Go to... What the fuck? Oh, is it already in an... It's in another dude. There you are. Okay. Oh my god, why are things opening in this? That's like how it is on frickin' Amethyst's computer, and it drives me nuts. This is using the 2D, 2D, and that's just getting a... Okay, and that should work then. So, if I click to, well, let's go to the manager. Compute grid resolution from bounds. Cool. Reinitialize. Cool. Alright, let's check these. Yep. Yep. Cool. And if I go to... Well, fuck you then. Water bodies, why are you not... Why are you not... Get distributed, cell locations from index, set water amount in this cell to 0, do all the stuff. Cast a water plane, water amount in this cell. Why are you not happy then? Calculate initial data. Are you not getting a reference to the guy? Let's see. Water bodies. The fuck? Reinitialize the manager. Okay, when I reinitialize you, I expect you to reinitialize. Calculates all the shit, sets all of our shit, blah, 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 blah. Ah, it's not plugged in. Duh. You dick brain. Okay, reinitialize manager. Now... Were you dealing with UAV blueprints? Yeah, look, yeah. There's no difficulties you need, soft body deformation logic, as well as some vertex splitting, tearing. Yeah, so, like, my initial thoughts were, like, you could, like, rig a car. Alright, let's say you've got, like, the door of a car, right? You know what, let me save this first. Let's say you've got a car door. Very simplified version. It's just a panel. You could do something stupid, like put a bunch of bones in it. And all of the bones, they're not hierarchical bones. They all just go to, like, I don't know, the car door route or some shit. I don't fucking know. Then you just put a bunch of bones in, whatever. Weight them all by proximity. And then in Unreal, you could physics constrain them all together in, like, you know, in, like, you know, this guy to that guy, this guy to that guy, this guy to that guy, this guy to that guy. Essentially, like, basically like a cloth sim, but instead of being per vertex, it's per, you know, some area or whatever. And then the vertex, and so this way you could, like, you know, dint this section of it, and you could just apply, like, a permanent, or I think the physics constraints have, like, plasticity and stuff in them, or maybe physics control has plasticity. And then it would also naturally, like, flex, right? So if you opened the door and hit it against a telephone pole or something, you would, like, see it bend and shit. And then I think with vertex splitting, you could do some smart shit. I think you might be able to get boundaries between bones. Like the boundary verts, where, like, the influence of one and the influence of another given bone are the same value, or the closest value. And you could, like, split those verts, you know, on the fly. And it would, you know, you'd tear a hole through the hull, I guess. Alright, now why did that get angry when I reinitialize? Let's actually just... You know, I've got an idea. Let me kill this and kill that. Compute the resolution, draw debug grid 2D. That looks correct. And then, can I just like hide? Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I can say there. So now water bodies dies. Terrain dies. Oh god, I didn't want to click it. It's got to load 16,000 fucking thing. Yeah, it's something that I do. I mean, I experimented with it a long time ago. But for doing things like tents, like, you know, tents that you erect. So, or like market stalls or whatever. So, like, let's say I've got like a or a hexagonal tent. You know, it's got like wooden supports here. Do you guys remember the tent days? And then it's got like a peak up here. You know, this kind of tent. And obviously that goes like down, so you've got like tenty bits here and whatever. Or this could be like a flap. I don't know how to fucking... fuck it, it's good enough. So... yeah, so with cloth physics has 0 feedback into, like, the physics engine. Cloth physics is just, like, the end point of a cool-looking effect. But what I wanted was, you know, if you run into the door of a tent, like a heavy waxed canvas tent, you have to kind of, like, push through it. And if you, like, ran into the side of the tent, where, like, you know, it's covering this entire thing, it would, like, kind of give in a bit and then relax when, you know, when you stop pushing on it. But you wouldn't be able to just go through it. So I ended up doing some, yeah, like some bones, and then doing, like, what are they called? Just box collisions that are, like, overlapping and whatnot. But they don't intersect with one another. And they're all physics constrained. So it's not really soft body. It's more like multiple hard bodies, or multiple constrained hard bodies, to kind of simulate, and the constraints that you give them have a bit of give, so a bit of stretch and whatever. But this way you actually get feedback back into the physics engine side of things. So if you, like, yeeted a cannonball against this, maybe not a cannonball, if you threw a character into this, then it would, like, you know, it would bulge inwards, but then but the character wouldn't pass through it, and it would impart force back onto the character. Does the jiggle physics story seem somewhat similar? Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, think of it like jiggle physics, but... oh, well, yeah, I guess depending on how you're doing the jiggle physics. Alright, now that that's all saved, waterplane, debug, RT, drawer. I don't need this cache thingo. Let's initialize. Well, no, that doesn't have anything to go from. So this guy here, let's compute resolution from bounds. Let's add a terrain and a water bodies. And then reinitialize manager. This will do, yep. Oh, it's actually gonna calculate the initial data. I see. Okay, that's frozen then. No? Wait, how do I fucking... continue execution? There you go. Right. Okay. Um, I don't think that's supposed to... I mean, it does have all of its values. All the ones at the... Okay, no, it actually went through and did it. So now this is an array of how much water there is in each cell. And the terrain one... Okay, well, it still needs to do its thing. Let me just hide this. Terrain. Calculate initial data. So it's going to go through and get the elevation and the normals. And then we're going to draw all of that to the thing. The render target. Still going. Still going, still going. Oh my god, hurry up. Now that I kind of want to make this landscape a bit taller, though. Oh, it's done its thing. Okay. And then if I go to the debug RT drawer, and it unloads all these fucking entries. Then in the RT drawer, do its thing. Come on. Do your frickin' chicken. Oh my god, hurry up and unload them. You are so slow. Okay, update all coords data. And we have our updated height map here. It's got very high values. And our normals here. Yeah, cool. And then the water bodies are in the alpha. Yeah. Coolio. So now, if I just save all, if we get our thingo back, not this guy. Where is it? This guy. Unhide you. Then, once I refresh the simulation, this should be using the new height map. Very good. Why is there a hole here? Is this actually bigger than it's supposed to be? Or smaller than it's supposed to be? Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Let's just get rid of that. Boundary conditions, -50 wind. See what happens here. Alright, yeah, we're getting resistance. Where's my doodad? Alright, 3D. Nope. 3D. You, let's get the absolute of the wind velocity. And put that in. Alright, why are you not... If I do like the debug fountain... Okay, so that is definitely doing its stuff. It's not very strong, is it? Let's see, RGB length. Divide by 25. Divide by 10 and give me a bit. Okay, maybe a bit less. Mm-hmm. Alright, I hate it. Mm-hmm. Alright, can I just like, can you just chill out? Hold on, where are you getting all that shit from? Hello? Okay, where is this? Oh, is that from our temperature? Yeah, you know what, that might be it. Let's go negative. No point. Okay, no, what the fuck are you? So I want to know if that's positive or negative blue. Right, so I think this is because of, yeah, the temperature gradient. So let's stop advecting temperature and stop generating velocity from here. Now we're just getting wind. Yep. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. And then there's our terrain down here. Why is this going so fast, though? That doesn't make sense. Is that because of some fucked up wrapping occurring? Advect velocity? Yeah, where's that coming from? This turbulence. So I really need to just... Can this just chill out for like 1 second? Yeah, Terrains, how's it going? How is it going? Welcome in. Why is my OBS yelling at me? There we go. Okay, let me go back to here. I just fake everything like everyone else. It's too much effort. Ironically. It's too much effort to fake it. Where's advect wind velocity? Here it is. So when we do all this shit, and then we say this, and then frack it, you little piss boy. I need to actually make vector break vector. Smush this one over here. We want to frack the no, we want to saturate the Z and frack the XY. Not the other way around. Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Fuck you. Frack. We want XY to wrap. Oh my god. No, fuck you. Get in the... Just be green. You shit. Yeah, nice spaghetti. You know, I can do that. It's not as bad. So I need to do the same thing with the... And does that... Okay, there's still some fuckery happening. It might be because of the diffusion. No, it's not. I mean, it could just be because of the terrain. I mean, obviously, vorticity's turned off. Okay. Also, why is it running so slow? Is it because I've got multiple of them open? Let me just close and reopen. XY wrapper, true. Let me just crop this. Pardon me. Remember when we used to do waves? Good times. LMAO. Remember when my life wasn't just one big weather simulation? Remember when we were bowling? True. Good times, good times. I remember those days. I don't know why this... Oh, maybe it's because I'm streaming. That my frame rate is just kind of... I mean, like, it's fine here. Totally fine. It's just, as soon as I open this... And it just gets a bit angry. I'm not setting these every time, am I? No. Let me just turn interchange off. Let me not compute them. Pressure iteration is at 8 iterations. Go to 6. Pressure gradient is all fine. No advection. No terrain shit. No 2D shit. All right, let's just, like, do a sanity check on the wind. Just to really make sure that it's still alive. Yeah, where's this coming from? Like, what's the fucking go? So this should just be getting... So along the y-axis, let's just lerp between wind velocity and thingo. Wrong axis, dickhead. There you go. So this is saying, go this way, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so we are still getting turbulence, but I mean, that's fair. Shingu's dying. Let me just... turn my bit rate down slightly. See if that helps. So why are we getting lift here? Or what direction is this going? Negative. It's coming this way, right? Definitely moving this way. So why is there such lift over here? If anything, there should be downwind over there. You know, let me just get the fucking die going again. Come on, die. Alright, time to die. Die. This is what I mean, like, the wind is moving this fast. But, for some reason, it's getting really angry up here. Which I'm guessing is because of some kind of wrapping. And yeah, now it's moving up over here. Don't actually know where... Oh, that's fucking impossible to... Where's the fucking... Alright, hold on. Alright, that makes them taller. Okay, so... Where am I? That's upside down. This is... normal way. Can I not see that as... Holy shit, did I get rid of it? Yeah, I did. Okay, so it is actually moving over the terrain. Decently. How far down does it start? I mean, it's pretty high above. Let me just... That's higher, so this would be lower. Cool, how's it going? I'm doing quite well. So this looks relatively normal, right? Aside from this, but this looks fine to me. Like, yeah, it is moving up the mountain. I mean, the wind is extremely strong. What's that, 50 meters per second? Let's actually write the wind to the thing and then the die. Yeah. So these are all moving in red direction, and then as soon as they hit here, they do a bunch of funky shit. Yep. Yeah, so where's this jet stream coming from? I think I know where it's coming from. It's because I did something... I mean, it's not dumb, it's just not smart. But that means this is technically happening everywhere. Where we although it doesn't look too bad down here, right? That all looks fine. Yeah, I think I know why this is happening. Ada, hello. Can you briefly explain what you do? Obviously, so this is currently I'm working on a weather simulation. For no particular reason other than it seems like it would be cool. You know? So why is this huge uplift happening here? Is that because this is... Well, I guess if this is moving really fast, that's going to pull all of this up towards it. So I guess that is the issue. And the issue is that when I create the normals for the terrain mask, I do this little thing that's just like, hey, if it's like the top line of the simulation, make it so that it is a thing. But if I get rid of that, then we should not see the big fuckery going on. No, it's still there. Huh. Why are we getting a giant upward dude over here? Wait, unless it's... What direction is this coming from? Coming from that way. The fuck? So why is it all... I mean, like, yeah, if we look here, this is all just going to get lifted up, right? No? Am I tripping balls? What the fuck is this? Oh, no, yeah, no, it is. It is. It's going up. Alright. Alright. 1 second. We do no divergence at all. Well, then it's just gonna do, yeah. It's so finicky. I thought I had it nice and stable, but now it's just being a dick. Wind pressure gradient is wind pressure gradient, but you're also coming out here. That shouldn't be multiplied by terrain mask. Subtract that from it. Well, technically, yeah, maybe. Yeah, where? I'm so fucking confused. If I do like 10 in the other direction, then yeah, we get a big upward force over here, which just doesn't make sense. It's like the, here. Pressure gradient. No, fuck you. Pressure gradient into here. I can't see shit. Let's fucking, yeah. Smack a times 10 into that. So why are you getting a negative pressure here? Is it because our divergence? Where's divergence? Oh, fucking do I not have? Okay. Well. Bam. You know, I can do both of these and just... wind. Divergence. Yeah, it's literally just over here. Well, let me abs that. And multiply by big number. True, because I guess we're... Oh, maybe that's it. It's because we're starting our boundary condition stuff. Because it's setting it to be a thing. Do I ever get the... So wind velocity, lerp. So where do we want the new velocity and where do we not want the new velocity? Because I feel like this is part of the issue. Just how I'm adding this stuff. Yeah, like that all makes sense there. And then obviously when we do our pressure iterations. Oh, well, I've already got it here. So then this is our pressure. Which is very strong. I mean, it has, like, gigantic values, so... Because we're talking on, like, the scale of 100. Because that gets converted straight to wind velocity. So then what's this even... See, that's fine. Well, relatively fine. I think it is just this. Boundary conditions. Because I guess it's setting the thing to be that value. Maybe I should just do a lerp delta time, so it like massages it towards that value. So in this location, but not this location, so this, well, 1 minus this. Or... yeah, no? Hold on, the Z... I don't want it to do it, like, down here and up there. I want it to just come from here. Kind of in the middle-ish. And especially not down here. I think that's where the fuckery's happening. So if I'd done this, and this is saying do it at these locations, then it's 0 in the middle. So then I would want to, yeah, do this, and that, and that. And then, I guess this value. Some, like, lerp speed value. Whatever. And then also not here. So here, but not here and not here. And then lerp it, lerp this value. The X guy. Or is it supposed to be this? Can't remember. Oh, well, no, I guess... without the delta, let's just put this straight into there. Alright, I'm stupid. Was it this one originally? Okay, this is the one that says do it at the sides. So that is... oh no, 0 is the fucking... I'm so dumb. Okay, hold on. So this is 0. Meaning if these were switched... So where it is 1 is where I want it. So then this 1 minus did multiplied by this and this into there. Yuri came back to say cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, where the fuck is... Is it just because this is too... thingy? Now it's not coming from here? Or is that just because of the pressure, though? I can see it not doing these, though. That's good. Okay, maybe it... okay, yeah, it's a bit better. So this should unfuck down here. It could also just be a problem with my... what's it called? Pressure solver. But who knows? Let's just get our fucking wind. Hello. Bam. Schwam. Slam. What the fuck is that? Have I just fucked it up? Or is that because... So I'm putting in a negative value. Okay, so that's saying move it in the positive X direction, which is this way, I think. But then there's these cavities here in which... Fuck. So this has to be way, way softer. We just want to, like, massage it in that direction, you know? We don't actually want to fuck with it too much. I mean, that's decent. So we just want to suggest that the wind goes towards that value. This value. So then what's the go with our... You know, I just fucking hate that. Let's just fucking ignore it. Eh? I didn't see it. Die? I don't know. It didn't say anything for me. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. YouTube was fine? Okay, okay. I'm glad. Oh wait, no, that's the Z height. So then this is the... Yeah, I don't know why that's all happening here. Well, no, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, no, that's a reflection there, so that's good. What's this one? The Y value. Can I, like, make... Fuck you. Make vector. That was... negative 0.85. This was negative 0.5, and this was negative 0.2, right? That should give us the same one. Yeah, but I want to... do this. Well, actually that minus 0.5. Yeah, chill out, chill out. This should be like, yeah, whatever. I think that's 100 meters per second, so... Alrighty, here we go. So it is working decently well, I guess. It dropped again. Oh wait, no, I can see it dropping this time. Is it back? I think it was actually my internet that time. Not just Restream being funny. Yeah, I don't know why it's being weird. I feel like it's Restream. I mean, that time my internet did go a bit funny. But there's other times where, like, OBS says I haven't dropped any frames or anything. But, you know, it still goes weird. So, I don't know. Have bad internet? Yeah. SARS. I mean, at least you get used to it when you're out here, you know? Video's very delayed? Okay, yeah. You can probably refresh the page. Maybe. Okay, this looks like it's working. Or am I crazy? Like, yeah, it looks like the wind is actually blowing up the mountains, and that's what we need. Cool, 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 cool. Imagine just being a dude. You're just like chilling over here. Oh, it's not two-sided. I forgot it's not two-sided. Hobby sound music makes me feel like the stream is speeding up, trying to catch up, but I know it isn't. It actually might be, Core. It might be that you've got low latency mode turned on, which actually does that. It actually speeds up in real time to, like, catch up. So you might not be crazy. All right, Vorticity Confinement, welcome back. Now that's fucked up. We need diffusion, diffusion, diffusion. Alright, we are deflecting AF. Working on waves? No, this is weather. Weather stuff. What's the button? F. F to go to this guy. Hello, naked man. On this kind of scale. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this was all just a bit of a experiment. Although I have learned a lot, which is actually relevant to like making videos and shit, because there is the Grid 2D video. Well, I filmed the Grid 2D video. Oops. But then I'm going to do an extra video for just like fluid simulation in general. Why are you angry, data field? Eh? Good resolution is no longer an int point. It's an int vector. True. True. Int vector. How did that not, like, crash earlier? I'm literally using them to do stuff. Anyway. Yeah, so this bit here, this thing, for a video about, like, 2D fluid sim shit, just, like, the basics of it. So, like, making this from scratch in, like, 30 minutes. With all the stuff. Bleh. We are whirling and we are winding. Windings. How does simple RVT no work in Niagara? It asks for a whirl location, but returns nothing. Doesn't matter what I give it. Doesn't ask for a UV. So I can pass the unit like I would on sample text to do that. So with the world position, yeah, it's literally asking for the world position. So if you were trying to sample it on a particle to do something like I don't know, like a collision based on the RVT height map or something, then what? I'm trying to use my brain. If you were right, if you're trying to like use it to sample, trying to get a particle to sample the RVT, you'd need to get like the. I think you could just use particle position. But maybe that's its local position. So I guess you could just get the emitter's position plus the particle's position, and then just get the XY of that location and put that into the XY of the RVT position node. If you're doing like a grid system like this, you kind of need to decide like what area is the grid representing, and that needs to be like parameterized in your thingo, so that then you can just, in the Grid 2D thing, it's got the execution index to unit, which is execution unit to UVs, and then you just have to map that 0 to 1 value to, you know, this is like negative 512, or sorry, negative 256 to positive 256. So you subtract 256, or like half the resolution, and then multiply it by the resolution, I guess. Max out the GPU again, did you? What was I doing last time when that happened? Oh, I set the resolution to, like, way too high. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need a new GPU. Maybe my 2080 Super's just not cutting it anymore. How many verts is that plane? 16,000. So yeah, a fair few. 50-90 time? Oh god. Terrifying. TI Super? Jesus. That was required to not make fluid sims? No, this kind of fluid sim, like a 2D fluid sim, runs well on like anything. Or like even like Prismatiscape is technically just a bunch of like fluid sims in a way. Or, you know, grid systems. Like, this is all just, yeah, Niagara Grid 2D. And whatnot. Which seems to run pretty well on, like, its default settings. You can obviously scale it more. But yeah, this is just doing, well, compute shaders. You know, to, like, do these things, but then fade it out. And then draw it to a render target and that kind of thing. Although in Prismatiscape, the water ripple is completely different to the fluid sim that I was showing earlier. This one's like a capillary ripple propagator. The one that I was just in, you know, the one with the balls, is like an actual shallow water simulation. Which does like a, you know, calculates... It's like an incompressible fluid calculation thing. This one that I've got going here is just like super bare bones, as cheap as possible, you know, fully compressible fluids. The velocity isn't physical at all. Same with like the wind. It's not physically accurate whatsoever. It looks decent, but it's like, you know, 8 times cheaper than like an actual fluid sim. Which is like, I mean, at the time, it's just because I didn't understand fluid sim properly. But looking back, it's probably a good thing because, like, it looks fine for what it does, and it's way cheaper, so, yeah. You'd figure out how to make it follow the player in world space? Yeah, so that would just be... I mean, on the surface level, you just need to make it... you just need to update the location values of it. So where's the center of the simulation in world space? And then just every frame, you just set those variables. But then you also have to move it in discrete pixel steps, because if you moved it by like 0.2 of a pixel, then all of the pixels would, you know, they would, everything would move over sub-pixel, and it would start to blur and smear over time. So you have to kind of... let me get like a lower res one. Like the bubbles, I guess, are really low res. So you can see that, yeah, this... I'll zoom all the way in. As I move, this only moves in full pixel steps. Which is all... It's like you just quantize it on the CPU end. And then whenever a change in position does occur, you just offset everything by the number of pixels. Like everything in the simulation, or in the render target, you just offset by, you know, 1 pixel, or 2 pixels, or 3 pixels, or whatever. And that's how you get it to follow you around in world space. Because, like, the particle system, the grid system, doesn't physically exist anywhere in the world. This is all just in cyberspace. So you have to, like, manually kind of, you know, make it represent a place in the world. And then, obviously, you need a material function that gets the proper UVs, you know? So that, like... so that the materials know where it's supposed to be. But yeah, I will go into that in a video. When I do this one. Oh my god, that scared the fucking shit out of me. Yo, sick waves, bruh. I'm gonna die. Who was it again? Niagara videos. So yeah, in this one here, this one here just goes over fluid sim, but then I'll make a follow-up video to this one that is about actually like making it move around, or making the simulation move around in world space. So if this was like an infinitely large plane, which I can't do right now, but if the plane was this big, then how would you get it to like follow, get the simulation to follow your character around instead of being fixed in one place? Anyway, let's go back to stupid stuff. Plus me at quantize them. So I mean, like, if you like, oh, is that why it's going all shitty? Let's go like paint, maybe not. Basically, like by quantize I mean like round it. So like round it to the nearest 10 centimeters, you know? So if you're at position, you know, 6, it will round up to position 10. And if you're at 16, it'll round up to 20, or if you're at 14, it'll round down to 10. Which you just get the position, divide it by the like quantization size, then round it or floor it or seal it or whatever, and then multiply it by the value that you divided it by. So if you know that each pixel of the render target represents 4 centimeters, then you quantize it to every 4th centimeter so that only when your character moves to that 4th centimeter, then you move the simulation and stuff. Brain Dead Amethyst. Epic Brain Death Royale. All right, let's get this going again. So, core simulation. Bam, bam, bam. Let me also close Twitch. Hopefully it's still running fine. Gonna end up being able to have wizards that control the weather, and that has so many implications. Yeah, I actually want to, like for example, let's say, I forget what book it is. I think it's an Emily Rodder book. Maybe it's like Rowan of Rin or something. You guys probably wouldn't know. Did Emily Rodder's books, like, make it out of Australia? Do you guys remember Deltora Quest? Any Deltora Quest fans in the chat? Anyway, I'm pretty sure in one of her books there's like a mountain, like a big snowy ass mountain, and there's like a dragon or a creature or something that it's like constantly melting the snow and the ice, which then, you know, rivers, blah blah blah, supplies the town down there. So I was thinking, like, yeah, you could do something like that where you've got, like, this icy-ass mountain where it's, like, snowing and shit. But then there's, like, you know, some kind of, like, crystal or creature or thing that's, like, melting the snow and, you know, doing the rivers and whatnot. And so then if you go up and you kill that, then, like, the whole weather system changes and stuff. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's just... Also, keep in mind, at the moment, I'm running this simulation every single frame at like 60 frames a second. But I think what I'm going to try and do, I don't know how possible it is with, like, you know, with Niagara specifically. But you can do an enable binding. So a Boolean that says, do run this stage. So I was thinking I could actually just run them sequentially over multiple frames, and then at the end, update the render target, and then just loop back and do it. So that way, like, I can spread out this whole operation over, like, 10 frames. Which means it's still updating multiple times per second. And because it's all using stable fluids algorithm, it can't, like, explode out of control that badly. All right, let's turn Pew Pew off a little bit. So fancy having an entire town fall into ruin due to a red hot dragon settling down next to their watering hole would be wild. If yeah, exactly, exactly. Or like, you know, let's say like a new volcano or a mountain just like fucking rises out of the ground, right? And then there's like a town that's now no longer receiving sunlight because the mountain's so tall and the, you know, the sun only rises to about here in my world because it comes in and out of the ground. Hey, use wind for gameplay. I can imagine grass animation, stuff like that. Or does the wind affect temperature? So the wind is actually going to be driving, like, the clouds. So the actual movement of the clouds. It probably affects, like, boats and shit. If you're on a mountain and the mountain is just, like, straight up really windy, you might just get, like, blown off the mountain. Because it affects all the physics objects and stuff. It doesn't directly affect the temperature, although it does increase the conductivity of everything. So if you're like, if your character is, let's say like how do I even put this? Let's say it's really, really windy, and it's like 20 degrees outside, and you're like completely naked, right? And like humans run at about 37 degrees, according to Vintage Story. So if it's really windy, and that wind is, you know, drawing heat out of your body really, really fast, you can still get hypothermia, even if it's like 20 degrees outside. So the wind can affect the temperature, because it's, the air is trying to bring your body down to its temperature, and you're trying to bring the air around you up to your temperature. Obviously the wind wins out because there's just so much of it, and you know, if there's a slight breeze, it just means you heat up the air here, and the air also cools you down slightly, and then it just gets the fuck out of there and brings in some fresh air and whatnot. So, yeah. So basically, the air is trying to bring you down to its level, and the faster the wind's going, the faster it's going to bring things down to its temperature. So yeah, the wind does affect your temperature kind of indirectly, you know. Air molecule is a little box that holds heat. When air molecule touches your body and has less heat than your body, it puts some of that heat from your body into its box. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so let me just put this back down to really small value. Let's get our terrain stuff. Sunlight heating. Why are you not able to... What is wind, though? You know what, Pepe? I'm glad you asked, and I'm actually about to... I'm about to... Wait, emitter terrain grid 2D. Terrain surface temperature was read before being set. Ah, right, because I'm not setting initials up here, you duffer. Yeah, compile and be happy. Compile and be happy. There we go. Okay, so now I'm doing sun shit. This would actually be so much easier if I... Wait, why are you not doing anything? Oh, because I'm not drawing it to the render target. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Now that it's drawing. Okay, so this is sun exposure. This is temperature. This is water. And I just have a rain cloud. It's not even a rain cloud. It's like a person with a giant watering can, just sprinkling water everywhere. So temperature, yep. Sun exposure, yep. Sun's going down. This should all start cooling. In theory. I feel like it's not... I wish I could just make it start at daytime. Just found Japanese edition of Delta Quest on eBay? Hell yeah. Did you know there's a Delta Quest anime? I forget how many... I think it's like a full fucking... How many episodes? $65 episodes? That's like fucking 3 full seasons. Apparently it's actually good as well. So weird though that they turned like an Australian children's fantasy series into a dank-ass anime. Alright, atmosphere. So we're not doing any interchange right now. Let's just get our interchange going again. Oops. Alright, so we can see this cooling down. Here's cool bits, warm bits. If I press simulate, does it actually... Does it actually do stuff? Why is it angry now? Oh, is it because the render targets... Oh, yeah, that's probably it, actually. It's probably because these render targets, the ones that actually give it the height map and stuff, get reset on begin play. It's a bit fucky. Anyway, we've got this doing stuff. The ocean is quite cold. Will there be a round the twist Aussie meme reference in-game? Hell yeah. Have like a lighthouse? Alright, so temperature gradient to velocity. If I just say temperature gradient, I don't know, a fucking 10 velocity. Oh yeah, you can see it happening. Wait, why is this so far up though? Is that my fault? Yeah, probably. And I'm guessing this isn't actually advecting the temperature. No, it's not. So someone asked earlier, what is wind? So wind is when... I swear this is in the wrong position somehow. Did I, like, fuck this up? You little shitlord. Right, and you go down to there. I guess that's fine. So yeah, wind happens when hot air rises and it pulls stuff along with it, basically. So this is our temperature, doing temperature things. Although our temperature is actually not losing any mass whatsoever. So yeah, now it's a lot better. So are there many things that cause wind? Yeah. I mean, in general. Although now, because the wind is getting so... Yeah, I want to actually hook this up to the time of day properly. Okay, so now it's daytime, and the land is heating up, which is then heating up the air. And now you can see we get lots of wind. The wind's doing wind things. Doing a fucking lot of it, though. So in theory, this is pulling all of the... Okay, well, it's getting really dark because the air is just cooling down way too fast. I don't even think I scaled this by the day length. It's kind of hard to do it in a game because... Let's go float. Day length. Seconds. Delta time. Whoa. Per second divided by this. And then temperature loss per second. To here. This is just like from radiation. You know, I should call that radiative. Radiative or temp loss. Infrared per second. Because the thermal one takes priority because there's more energy in that area. Water heats up, cools down slower than land. Water is colder. When that with cold goes towards hot, you can put together in the morning when the land's heating up. Faster than the water, the wind's actually moving towards the sea. Yeah. That's what this all simulates. You can see actually... Why is it doing that? Ah, because that's fucking 0. Day length seconds. Is that not a... Okay, hold on. Day length seconds. Day length seconds, 60 for now. This is day. Yeah. What was the other thing? It was the interchange. Wait, where was I doing the day? Diffuse velocity. I mean, that should probably stay at 5. Divergence don't care. Pressure don't care. Temperature loss infrared. Oh, it was in here. Sun heating. Day length seconds. Day length seconds. Water flow don't care about. And then one other thing I want to do is I want to, in the 2D fella, where's the thing? Oh, look at this little, what's it called? Cool spot? Or like, you know, downward, low pressure, high pressure. See like little rings around. Oh, I guess it's wherever there's a water body. Yeah, that's funny. Yep, there you go. Oh, so suddenly yeeted. How goes it? Good, good. This one's yeeted once. The one last time, just like my whole computer just like died. Or maybe it was my internet. I can't actually remember. But yeah, it's going good. It's going good. Currently just working on the weather stuff. Just having a laugh, you know, having a bit of fun. Cozy Houdini stream when? Never. Houdini sucks. No, Houdini seems pretty cool. There was one thing I wanted to do when I advect the temperature. I don't care about terrain mask. And I'm setting them by stack context, and that does work, which is great. Air temperature, blah, 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 blah. Get the unit. This is then... Right, this is supposed to be the other way around. Saturate the Z, frack the XY. Oh my god, fuck you. And there was one other thing I wanted to do, which was to get the unit Z. I'm literally doing it right here. Yeah. And I just want to... like, lerp the temperature down to 0 at the roof. Because, like, in theory... it's like... what's the fucking... The hardest thing about this whole system is, like, maintaining equilibrium. You know what I mean? Like, if everything's constantly cooling down, so, like, subtracting some amount... You know what I mean? Like, there has to be a... I guess like a what do they call it in climate science? It's the something budget. Not temperature budget. Less atmosphere equals colder. Yeah, well, that's another thing, right? If anyone's a meteorologist, feel free to correct me, but when air rises, right, and the air pressure gets less, there's less air pressure, the absolute temperature of it drops. And so how do I put it? So, like, yeah, as you move air up and it becomes less dense, or, like, you know, under less pressure, it loses heat. But then as soon as you bring it back down again, it gains heat. And so what I've opted for is to not factor in adiabatic cooling in here. Like, you know, in the temperature gradient and the temperature. So, like, 25 degrees down here is the exact same as 25 degrees up here in the simulation. But, like, in terms of, like, condensation, precipitation and stuff, they'll just be reading, like, a static. So, you know, if the air is 25 degrees, according to the simulation up here, it's actually 0 degrees. And so as water vapor moves up and reaches that point, then it turns into condensation and precipitation. And so on that end, it should all be fine. Because, like, I just don't... I think the... I think the explanation of, like, the air is hot, therefore it rises, and then it cools down, and so then it drops, and that's how weather happens. I don't think that's an accurate explanation. Because, like, yeah, the air does lose some air, some temperature due to, like, infrared radiation. But it isn't, like, cooling down when it's up in the atmosphere. Because then as soon as it gets sucked back down by more hot air coming up and displacing it, it actually gains more temperature. So, like, if you take this piece of, you know, this little bit of air right here, and I move it up, loses temperature. If I move it back down, exact same temperature as it was before. So I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. But yeah, so my problem is that sometimes the hot air makes it all the way up to the upper atmosphere, which isn't great. So I was thinking maybe I can just lerp it towards... So that would be white in the middle. Or white at the Z. Oh, that's on both ends, isn't it? Well. Oh, I can just get... Oh, no, I'm not even signing that. So that's just the top layer. Is 1. I want it to be 0. Well, I want it to be some delta timical of 0. So this is just like last-ditch effort to cool the air back down to 0 so that it will stop rising right as it reaches the ceiling. Have we things like how clouds act like an insulating layer, keeping the heat in? Yeah, yeah. That's also something I need to factor in, is that when there's clouds, the clouds should block the sun from heating up the land. But I just don't know how to do fucking, like, cube marching and shit. Like, given an angle, how do I project this, or, you know, any... I guess it would have to be for each fucking layer. You know, figure out where the clouds and shit are. Anyway, I wanted to do something fun tonight. Like doing... I mean, because this looks like it's doing stuff, right? That's good. That's exciting. Oh, is this cooling stuff down yet? I think it should be. Oh, fuck. No, that's way too fast. So that's like 0 here, which means that it's automatically creating an upward buoyancy from the start, because that's all 15 degrees. Maybe I'll just make it way more subtle. Ground heat water stores. Yeah, that could be a solution, giving it a loop. Girlfriend, I've been working on Pyro Sims lately. An equilibrium problem tickles me. Yeah, it's I mean, one thing that I've thought about is I don't know how viable it is. I don't know if you can per like, can I access an emitter variable in particle stage? Because if I could just, like, whenever I iterate over temperature or something, if I could get the average temperature of every cell and have that on, like, a rolling average, and if it starts to trend downwards over time, then it'd be almost like a fucking PID controller, but for the global temperature. Because, like, if the global temperature is trending downwards or trending upwards, then that needs to be stopped, right? There needs to be some equilibrium point. This is all still rising up. Although it is spreading out, which is decently nice. I think the last thing I really need to do is... in the fucking... I mean, it should be... Oh, no, wait, does that... temperature gradient to velocity happens... Oh, no, that happens pre-pressure iteration. Let me just see if this is viable again. Having our kind of like a terrain boundary on the roof. Yeah, actually that does work. I mean, it's a... I don't know what the fuck's happening here, but... something. Now this should all be heating up again. Everything moves up. It should all be circulating down back here. I just don't want massive values right up on the ceiling. Because, like, I don't want things to be lost out of the simulation, you know? There's some solar storm or something could be fun. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just don't want there to be like a runaway effect. Or like a trend over time. Or like, I could set a global, you know, some value, and then if I shift that value, then it should trend back towards that value over time. Sorry, what's happening here? Is that because the... Yeah, I think it's because the cool air. Yeah, up the very top. Let me just go back to this guy. Go like 10 times slower. And once that resets... Okay, no, it is just the... What did I set the initial... Initial 2D. The land is 25 degrees, the sea is 10 degrees. And then in the initial air temperature, it's 20 degrees. Let's do that to like 24. I don't fucking know. To the start of every spring season? Well, the seasons should be dictated by the length of time that the sun is shining. So if the days were longer, then it would just be hotter in general. But then if the days are shorter, then it's winter. And so the temperature should drop based on that. This is behaving nicer, at least. The other thing is the frickin'... So, yeah, temperature gradient to velocity is going like 10 units of velocity per degree difference between cells. Let me just... Oh, there's a fucking nightmare. So wind velocity... Let me tidy this up real quick. Simulator well before finishing this game? Hell yeah. Well, I mean, the world is the game, you know? Let's put you there, and you there, and then you there. Real game dev right there? Hell yeah. It's what indie dev's all about. It's about not finishing games. Phone have to run on my refrigerator. Yes. Probably, yeah. Actually, maybe not. What kind of GPU does your fridge have? It's performant enough to run in your refrigerator. If you put your computer in it. I should be able to remove this. Because that should technically be... Yeah, because we've got stuff. Alright, let's put this down to 1 unit of velocity per temperature difference. Going over to character states and world scripting. Yeah, I mean, that's where it all comes together, you know? Make seasons weather system. Yeah, it's like a... what do you even call it? I'm just doing the thing. One question. Any meteorologist? Does the sun warm up air directly? I mean, it should, yes. Not in the way you might think. Sun's energy in the form of electromagnetic radiation is absorbed by the Earth's surface and the atmosphere ultimately converted to heat, while the surface absorbs more solar radiation, becomes hotter, then transfers heat to the air molecules, causing air to warm. Okay, but does it just... I mean, it would have to, right? Like, the radiation would just hit some of the air molecules. And... since the sun is not in direct contact with our atmosphere, the sun does not heat our atmospheric air directly. Oh, the sun heats our atmosphere indirectly through radiation. Okay, no fucking duh. What is this? What is this fucking AI? Alright, Quora, show me the goods. Okay, but does any of it... Imagine it heats the water molecules. The molecules might heat the air. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, true. When it hits vapor or clouds, it would then heat up the clouds. But like it's heating up the what's it called? Like the air, the ground is, what's the word? What's the thingo again? Conduction. So like the ground heats up the air. Well, the sun hits the ground, heats up the ground, and then the ground transfers that to the air above the ground through conduction. And then that air rises, pulls air in from the side, blah, blah, blah. Nice vortex. So sun on the ground like a battery that leaks. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's sort of how it's set up currently. Clouds wise, they reflect most light. Reflect the heat back down from below. That's true. But that's only like radiative heat. Like infrared radiation from the ground. It doesn't be white all the way to black. Yeah, that's true. Like rain clouds get darker and darker. Dark and darker. Espino, did you ever make a world for your game? It was mostly test scenes you've shown through the years. Just test scenes, yeah. I've never really committed to like making the world for the game. Because it's like, it's in order to build a town for the game, the town has to have all of the town logic, you know? The game isn't just like static meshes that are placed and are like always in that location with the same material and the same material thingos. Like, you know, a house can get burned down. Therefore, if I just place a bunch of static meshes, I just have to replace it all anyway. And it would kind of be wasted. Or I might end up procedurally generating the houses or something instead to make it more scalable. So where's this losing so much heat to? I guess it's in sun shit. Temperature sun exposure gain, temperature infrared loss. Let's go less loss. Oh look, it's cooling down way slower. Very good. Did I hear procedural? Oh, maybe I should make all the houses in Houdini. Because that would work. Transfer terrain to atmosphere. Add temp transfer per wind speed. Yeah, cool. Maybe 0.01. Because you're staying away from PCG? I don't know. PCG seems cool, but like, I don't know. I wish they'd stop shaking up all of the everything, you know? Oh good, oh good. I'll wait for the ad to finish before I talk again. 1 minute. Gotta get a loan to get the GPU you need to make those Houdini houses. True. And to pay for Houdini itself. Transfer atmosphere to terrain. Oh, is this just doing... That's just doing delta time. You should be delta time multiplied by... Is the... Does anyone know if the conduction... The temperature conduction between land and air? Is it different to the conduction between water and air? I'm guessing it is. It's another fucking thing that needs to be factored in. But like the water is usually cooler than the thing anyway, so like does it really matter? I don't know. Let me also just divide this by temperature divided by 10. Let's divide by 20. So when it starts, yeah, cool. Don't know where that's water. Alright, so it's nighttime currently. The sun's coming up. Everything's cooled down a bit. Sun's coming up, yep. This is all going to heat up from the sunlight. Sunlight, heat. That creates some atmosphere movement shit. Cool. Sweet. Sun's gonna go down in a few seconds. Yep, it's going down. Cool, cool. Right, sun goes down. It is now nighttime. Everything should cool the fuck down. So, what we want to see is the land get cooler than... Yeah, than the ocean. Cool. I feel like it needs to... But we've still got hot air hanging around. And now the sun's back up. And we've still just got hot air, just fucking hot airing, you know? Surface albedo affects heat transfer, but that's only through radiation, right? This would be so much easier if... if it was a real-world scale, and also if the days were as long as the real-world days, because then you could just, like, all the data exists. You could just fucking plug that in, like, straight up. But I can't do that. Anyway, let's do something fun. Let's do, like, clouds and raining and shit, you know? Advect temperature. Okay, so this will need a... I'm just gonna... Something I've been doing is initializing variables in here, because the... I won't even... So, like, when you do this type of set value versus doing this kind of set value, sometimes it just gets really fucky. And I don't like it. But anyway, let's do float value. This is called air, water, vapor. Let's start with 0, and then we have another one called air condensation. And then we have float air precipitation. Is that all radiation? Am I being silly? Let me, what was the question again? So is there heat transfer? Like, no, so like the air is in physical contact with the ground. And so in that case, it's mostly about like density and shit, or like thermal fuckery. I don't know. Some shit. Whereas if you put like... If I put my hand near my face, I can feel the heat of my face going onto my palm. Although that could just be the air touching my face and warming up, and then that hot air touching my hand and warming it up. But I think some of it is radiation, some of it's conduction. Oh, my fucking fuck. So radiation, though? I mean, yeah, I guess? Kinda, you know. I'm going to rename this to humidity. It's absolute humidity. So the absolute amount of air, of humor, the absolute amount of humor in the air. Oh, I've divided that by 25 now, haven't I? which is annoying. I need to divide it by 10 so it still works in the material. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to do, which was in here. Sorry, in here. I wanted to... Let me get the transfer values. Transfer atmosphere to terrain. There's this bit here, which gives us the... this. Yeah. Let me chuckle that into the dude. Alright, you can all chill out. Jesus. So. Let's get... Actually, I can just go straight from grid, right? Grid into there. And grid into there. Terrain height. From our own dude. Those two, blah, 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 blah. This vector was from... Fuck. Vector... Sim size world space and... Vector sim... Location world space. So basically I need these to be able to get 2D value, or like, you know, to draw 3D things to our 2D fella. So in this case, I want to... That can fuck off. Blah, blah, blah. Grid. This guy. You can just live here. Cool. Right, I want to get the grid 3D. Grid 3D collection. Whatever, that's fine. I want to sample the vector previous vector 3 value at this guy. Although that should be plus. Fuck, where's this guy? Get your ass down here. And then let's get the cell number. Get number of cells, get the Z-man. And then we're gonna go 1 divided by this guy. So that's how many units above the ground we want to get our wind value, our surface wind value from, because it might be too fucky on the ground directly. Go into there, you can go there, you can go there. Cool, cool, cool. Do your thing. Right, now we get wind velocity at the correct Z location of the terrain. And then if we go... Can I go to 2D? Ah, fuck it. Let's just... Oh, you know, I'll break it. Break. Beak? Break. Break. Vector. And I go ZX and this one, Y. Alright, so then in here, we should get the wind values in... Oh, I haven't set any of the fucking variables. Grid size. World space. Simulation. No, where's sim location? What's the location? The fuck? Do I not use that anywhere? Oh, it's called top left lowest. So, top left lowest corner. Okay, and now we can see at the surface what is the wind value. Cool. Because then I want to use that to drive a flow map of some sort over this thing. Oh, look, we're getting a sea breeze. Cool. Let's go. I don't have any of the thingos. Debug terrain material. Let's get. I'm gonna have to have multiple render targets as well. Okay, so if I go RGB, mask, flow map, Priz flow map secret source, we get this flow map RG. Let me just yeah, UVs, this guy. Oh, well, actually, no, this is UVs for the texture itself, which is just world position. I don't know, divided by some big dick number. Texture, text ob. You are going to be our water noise. Priz water noise. You go in there. Flow map there. UVs are this. Flow speed max. Small. UV correction factor, whatever. And then let's just schwick that into the base color. Right. It's doing fuck all right now. Good for you. Where's my damn flow map? It's here. Why is all this? You know. Let me just. No, wrong guy. Get this guy over there. Yes. Flow speed max. 0. Okay. Oh look, now we're getting wind. Whoa. Let me just go bigger than that. Great. Let me just unfuck this real quick. Why are you going so damn fast? Okay, that should be divided by 100. Because it's representing meters per second, not centimeters per second. Unreal Acid 5.1? Yeah, fair. If I go down to this, but do that by 10, this should look better, probably. Alright, so then let's break this apart. And which ones do I want? I want to break 4. Which is which? R and G. R is stringy boy. G is shit. B is also shit. A is just noise. So we will do... Oh, fuck. We will do R and A. Divide by 2. Then I probably just want to get the length. Lucky. Alright, length. I'll use that in a height lerp. So we're going to get the transition factor multiplied by 2. We're going to get the texture subtracted by 1. Add that to that, and that is our dude. I've seemingly fucked this up. Well, no, technically that's correct, because it's... Right, it's only past that value that we get the stuff. Maybe let's not divide it by 10. Oh, because we've already divided it by... Do I? I can't even remember. Now what are we doing, huh? What are we fucking doing, son? This is just where we want it to show up on, yeah, like debug landscape, right? And this might just have to be a tiny bit faster. Look, the breeze is going back out to the sea. Why is this? Well, it's because I think it is nighttime. And so the ocean must be warmer than here. And then as the sun comes up, it comes in from the... It's alive. It's alive. It's actually kind of sick. Is it worth all the trouble? Probably not. Massive brain moment. I don't know about massive brain. More like caveman discovering weather brain. This should stop it from ever reaching that amount. Because we always want to see the texture to some degree. Maybe I'll go like... Well, I guess 0.5 would be... sorry, 1.5. Yeah. Then what we can do is get this guy. Pardon me. Normalize this MF. And then multiply this by that. I want it to have fall off to the darker values, which means I need to get this value. Do that. And that goes into there. So now it should have a dark fall off. You know what? You're coming under here. You're coming with me. Pardon me. No? Did I fuck that up? Oh yeah, no, there's brighter versus darker. Are we... Oh, we're getting negative values. Right, because I'm dumb as fuck. Let's add one div 2. Smack that boy into there. Although that means that doing this probably isn't worth it, so maybe I should just... Because the dark bits are gonna be dark. Regardless. I guess the intensity of it is denoted by the presence of the flow map texture, right? So I really hate the color of it. I'm just gonna append an O5 to it, so it matches the color of the volumetric stuff. What the fuck? Why is it all green and shit, huh? Oh, this has negative values, you dumb clots. Oh, fuck. Ah, there. Sorry, I'll, it's in focus. Relax. Chill. Alright, let me just move this guy for a sec. Okay, so this is now... So this is a visualization of the surface wind. So this is like what we're going to send back to the CPU, right? Although I need to actually get the... What's it called? I need to make it like match the actual speed of the wind. Because, like, that's moving really fucking fast. That's like... How much data send to CPU? So I think what I might do for the CPU side of things is do a kind of like requester system. Oh, what the fuck's happening? What are these? Huh? Oh, I know what... Okay, no, that's fine, that's fine. That's just wind near the ocean surface. The... Data to send to the CPU. So I think what I might do is... also, let me know if you're in an ad. Are you in an ad? Question mark. I'll wait. I'll wait before... I'll wait for the ad before I explain. Alright, this debug visualizer. Did we have the camera down as we go through a layer of cloud, cover do the major? Yeah, that was the... This is a visualization of the wind velocity in the air. So what we're seeing on the ground is that, but close to the surface. So as the... I think it's... Yeah, okay, so it's daytime now. So all the land is heating up, which is creating... You can see this updraft happening here. Like that. Which is then pulling air around it from, you know, the ocean. Drive, sand movement, water, etc., grass movement. Yeah, exactly. As well as, like, physics stuff and any other kind of effects and shit, yeah. But it's going to be driving, like, the cloud movement and everything, basically. But yeah, sorry. Right, ads are done. Cravea, so... The data I'm sending to the CPU, I'll probably always fetch the values at the player, like every frame, or every time it finishes a cycle. Pardon me. But for the rest of it, I might just, like, pull one value per tile per frame and send it back to the CPU on the next frame, and just have a copy of all the data, or all of the 2D data, just on an array ready to go. Mainly for things like, you know, there's a town over here and it's really cold. Therefore, it needs to know that it's cold. Doesn't really matter if it updates its value every, like, 10 seconds. You know, it should be good enough. Where's our little Pyong Pyong? Look at... Land hitting uniformly, you're gonna have it depend on the angle of the sun. It is... Yeah, it depends on the angle of the sun. So the backside of the mountains don't get as much sun overall, but also they get less, what's it called? What am I trying to say? Something happens to the mountains. Yeah, the backside gets less sun overall, and it takes longer, like in the morning. Well, in the morning, the front side of the mountain gets heat, but then everything else gets heat. So in the very early morning, you get valley breezes. I don't fucking know. And then as the sun goes down, that same face of the mountain. Well, it depends, because like in my world, in my game world, the sun is like imagine this is the center of the world. The sun like goes up and down through like a hole in the center. And so in the case of my game, the what's it called? I've completely lost my train of thought. Right, the distance from the sun itself is actually a factor. So if you live further away from the sun in the center of the world, then you don't get, like, any sunlight, pretty much. Because, like, it's obviously less hot than our sun, but it's closer. But it means that it has, like, a fall-off. A better fall-off. Whereas, like, in our reality, the sun is, like... The sun is, like, one astronomical unit away from us. But it's, like, super fucking hot. So the difference between the front side of the Earth and the back side of the Earth, temperature-wise, if it was hitting both sides, I don't know, whatever, you know, then it would, I don't know, it'd be doing something. I've completely forgotten. Project or proof of concept? Kind of both. Kind of both. It's for my project, but it's a... Yeah, it's a proof of concept. I guess. It's an experiment. Everything's an experiment. When you're procrastinating. Oh no, the fucking Mount Doom. Mount Doom vibes. It's probably a bit too fast. I feel like these bits here, it's to do with the way that the... So, like, these lines along here, I'm pretty sure they're artifacts from... like, the fact that it's a voxelized system, right? Because there's, like, stepping, essentially, as you go up. Like, here, up, 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 up. And so where there's a steeper angle, it's... I don't know. Do you know what I mean? If I'm going to radiate outwards from the center of the world, more desert towards the center, temperate ring, shadow outer ring. Yes, exactly, exactly. And so the wind in my world tends to come towards the middle in like a big donut vortex. Big toral vortex. Which I can simulate here by doing. I probably shouldn't yet, but you know what? I'll fucking do it. No, I can't be bothered. I'll do it another time. But yeah, because the center is hotter, it means that there's a gradient between hot and cold as you go further out, which means that the hot air here rises up, pulls wind in, you know, from this way, and then YOLO. You know what? I'll fucking do it. Let me just do it. We'll just forget. Oh, well. Dot product sign, blah, blah, blah. That's an absolute angle. Terrain surface normals. And then this is our sun exposure variable. So that would mean if we had the grid 2D, we had execution to unit, we subtracted 0.5, and then we got the length of that, multiplied that by 2. Wait, length multiplied it by 2. 1 minus it. Well, saturate it first. Pardon me. Saturate, 1 minus. Give it an exponential fall off. Fuck it. We'll just square that MF. And then for the dot product, how the fuck do I... no dot product. Fuck it. We just do time, day length seconds, just... Well, actually, no. The vector could be unit this. So that would just be the... Let me break. Let me get a twofer. And then normalize that. And then this would be the angle of the sun up and down. Like this. Normalize. Dot that against the terrain normals. Because the terrain normals have an up. Yeah, they have an up. Like an up element. The B channel. So that should work. Do this. That plus 0.1 is 4. The radius of the sun. So I can just chuck that into there. And then this is the fall off, total fall off. Or like fall off from center. That should be here. Which I guess, if your world was like, you know, if you had a compressed equatorial distance, then how do I put it? Like, you know, if this side was like the pole of the world and this side was the equator, then how would you even factor that in with the fucking sun? I don't know. Anyway, what's this doing now? Where are we getting wind from? Sun exposure. You go into the B channel, whatever. So this should be our sun. Oh, no, I'm dumb as fuck. What is that? Bruh. What's that dummy ass little... What have I done wrong here? I think I'm supposed to subtract. No, let me just get this first. Oh, no, I didn't set the fucking... Oh, no, it is. It is. No, I didn't. Or did I? No, I didn't. Okay. That would be why. When you just forget to set the variable. Okay, so now we should see our circle. Yes. Then multiplied by our dot product bullshit. Let me just set the period to 10. So this is sun up, and then sun goes down. Now it's nighttime. Sun comes up again. In a second. Yep, sun comes up. Cool. So we should be seeing wind at some point. Just all coming towards the center. See something there. A little bit of up. Okay, so I think it's daytime now. I'm actually not sure. No, it's not. Hold on. Okay, now it's... No? When's it daytime? Like seconds there. Okay, so it's heating up now. In theory? In theory? I probably need to make it way hotter in the middle, actually. But, okay, yeah, you can see some stuff's happening, I guess. The day's just not long enough. Okay, well, yeah, we can see it doing some shit. But now it's nighttime, so... Okay, now we can see the center is heating up way more than the outside. Which is going to pull air in. This should, in theory, balloon outwards and kind of suck back around. I mean, yeah, it is slowly. Yeah, anyway, yeah. Yeah. You can put the sun anywhere, basically. The sun can go anywhere. Right, I wanted to do a thing. Why is this happening? Piotr, where can I acquire /only? Where do I get started? I have some videos coming out soon, TM, next Monday, hopefully. About, well, firstly, the first one is custom Niagara modules. So how this whole bullshit works in Unreal. So, you know, you've got a particle system and you want it to do something. So I teach how to, you know, go create new thing, get the velocity, and then add some delta time, you know, time in seconds, sine, random function, you know, randomize it, blah, blah, you know, and then set the new velocity, that kind of thing. So there's one about that. Then there is one about... Oh, wait, where did that go? No, you don't exist. No, what the fuck? There we go. Then there's one that I've filmed about grid 2D, which is how Prismatiscape works. So this plugin that I made, which does like wind, or like, you know, localized wind and foliage interaction stuff on like a micro level. And like water shit and whatnot. Ooh. What's that? Oh, that's my... Yeah, so there's that. So how Grid 2D kind of works. And then one that I haven't filmed yet is turning, like, the basic... So, like, in that video, we make, like, a very basic, you know, writing the location of some balls to a render target. But then the next video, which I need to film, which maybe I'll film tomorrow. But we pretty much take that system and then turn it into this, which is like an incompressible fluid sim. Like a real, actual fluid sim that does cool fluid sim shit. So yeah, that should kind of give a pretty like robust starting point to do compute shaders in Unreal Engine. And then for all the other material shit I do, just like my YouTube channel's probably the... I mean, the best place to learn what I know is through my YouTube channel, I guess. Oh yeah, right, there's no height detection. Balls. Any balls in the chat? Look at those little vortices. I don't even think I did vorticity confinement in this little one. No, I didn't, because, yeah, you don't really need it in a 2D sim. And I guess this is pretty high resolution. There's like 1 cell per centimeter. But yeah, I don't use HLSL. I don't know any written coding languages at all. I can change the viscosity. I can? I think technically this has 0 viscosity at the moment. I think it's just more that I've made it like metallic looking. But if I did a... what do you call it? I can't be bothered doing single layer water. Fuck it. But yeah, you can change viscosity. It's technically not a fluid at all. It's actually like it's fake. Nah, but yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, technically this would be a superfluid with there's no friction or surface tension. Or any viscosity. There's no viscosity at all. I think it does dissipate. So there's implied friction, I guess, but yeah. And these HLSL are passing an array into the material via a one-wide texture. Interesting, interesting. How do you get that into the material? Or like how do you set that variable, sorry? Or is it like using a like a curve lookup? Via one wide texture. Passing an array into the material via a one wide texture. So you're using HLSL to set the value on the texture, I'm guessing. But then the material just reads it like it would a normal texture. Because I've thought about doing that kind of thing, but for like a global... I've probably talked about it. You guys are probably sick of me talking about my ideas. But having like a global character... Draw the cameras, render texture with BP, and then just sample it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking of doing the same thing, but using Niagara Grid, which would be more performant, because you can just set one pixel. Rather than having to iterate over all of them. Although I guess if it's a one wide, you know, if it's a small texture, it probably doesn't really matter. But my idea was to have like a character parameter atlas or an item parameter atlas. Because all the characters, you know, some characters might be completely naked. So they only need like a skin tone and a hair color and an eye color and what color are their fingernails or whatever. But then some characters might be like fully clothed. They might have like a helmet on and like full set of armor and stuff under that. So they need, you know, they need more parameters. So rather than hard coding 50 parameters into the material, just have them sample from a texture. And then when they get constructed, like merged together, then you assign the UV coordinate of each section to that part of the array. Drawing the camera's relatively slow. It's an array with 0 to 50 elements. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, my idea is pretty much to do that, but with a shared array between every character / piece of clothing. What was I doing again? Right, I was just sticking with the debug material stuff. I want this to be a lerp, using this as the alpha between a value and this color. I'm so hungry. Maybe I need to have some food? Food, maybe? I still want to try and figure out how I can... Like, why these artifacts are forming? I mean, it could also just be the... I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely, like, some artifacting from, like, the steppedness of the terrain mask. I think it's because the temperature gets done into, like, above the landscape, but on a slope... it gets transferred more or less. Yeah, actually that would be it. Fuck, how do I then... Yeah, I think what... Okay, here's what's happening, right? Is... I mean, it's not the biggest deal, but... Basically, we have landscape, right? Looks like this. But according to our simulation, it's like, oh, yeah, this is... You know? Cool. But then it's like, oh, yeah, this is like this. And then this is like... this. Usually this is fine, but then it's like too high, right? So there's like this, and then I don't know, this, whatever. Now keep in mind these all have like, you know, this is like a 0.5 terrain mask or whatever. But I think what's happening is because we're getting the terrain value here and putting it, you know, above the landscape. And then this one gets put there. Then there's a gap here, you know. So like temperature gradient wise, because the temperature gradient is only looking straight above. So as these all heat up, and there's colder air above them, no, technically that should be fine. Maybe it's something else. I could do like a full kernel for the temperature shit. But technically it's only supposed to be a buoyancy force. Which, yeah, it only cares about what's above or below it. Doesn't really care about the outsides so much. Does it? Because the reason that you get sideways wind is because wind is rising and it's pulling that with it. Also, I fucking love this track. Right, I want to do clouds. I want to do clouds, but do I have the energy to do it right now? I don't know. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Probably just do... I mean, this, you know... The wind velocity debugger kind of looks like clouds anyway, so... Good enough, right? Right? Here we go. Yeah. All right. Let's wrap it up. Let's close this. Oh, my shoulder hurts. Why is my... Oh. Alrighty. Altruism, hello. I was just working on some weather stuff. A simulated weather system, which is getting there. It's starting to take shape. Now it's just about tweaking and adding some other shit to it. Next time I work on it, we'll be doing evaporation. Well, water vapor. Well, no, sorry, humidity, condensation, and precipitation. And then we should have our full feedback loop there. Yeah. So then things like rainfall, ground wetness, snowfall, snow coverage, all that kind of stuff. So we should have snowy mountains and whatnot. Yeah. Should be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Does snowfall count as precipitation? Not... It doesn't, does it? Okay, no, yeah, it is. Liquid or frozen water that falls from the atmosphere to Earth's surface. Right. How does hail form? Elsewhere within thunderstorms, as water droplets carried by strong updrafts freeze and grow in size due to continuous freezing on the hailstone's surface. Right, so updraft. Right, so it's more about... Okay. Yeah. Thunderstorms create strong updrafts with the rising currents of air. Updrafts carry water droplets. Ah, true. High up where... Right. Where it's below freezing. But then... Snow forms when water vapor freezes directly into ice crystals. Right. Whereas hail is water droplets that have then frozen. Because they've been pushed up by updrafts. Makes sense. How the fuck are we gonna do that? Yeah, you know. Sounds scary. Ugh. But yeah, I think if I stream tomorrow, I'll probably film the Grid 2D follow-up video, and then I'll edit all of them over the weekend, and hopefully have the Niagara custom module thing to post on Monday or Tuesday. But yeah, until then, thanks everyone for hanging out. Who are we gonna raid? What's Kindred doing, actually? Let's see. Would you guys rather raid Crimson or Kindred, or we just raid someone entirely different? Preferably an Unreal developer. Software and game development. Or we could raid Wallaber, the guy that made Jelly Car. What an epic throwback. Designing a pseudo 5D world? What does that even mean? Well, anyway, I'm going to be hanging in Crimson stream, so I think we'll just go there anyway. Twitch, go to this one. Alright, well, thanks everyone for hanging. Hope you all had a fantastic time tonight. It was pretty chill. Just a little 4-hour stream. Hope you're all looking forward to the next one. And with that, we say goodbye. Now I have to wait for another 10 seconds before the raid happens. Come on, you can do it. Ooh, I'm so hungry. You know what I'm gonna have? I'm gonna have toast cut into like thin slices, and then I'm gonna get like 2 big tablespoons of hummus into a bowl and make a little divot in the center and put some like virgin olive oil in the middle, and then get like dukkha, the 3 dukkha variants that I have, and like sprinkle them in, you know, in the edges, and then just dip it, and just, yeah, I'm set. Anyway, goodbye. And to all the YouTubes, goodbye. I look forward to seeing you all again.